everybody. I know that this is a little bit different for everybody, but today we have a special guest live on the scene. Tom from Tom and Tom Racing. How's it going, Tom?
Oh, it's Ray is holding off, and we got our stakes races are going to be on the turf here. So we've got a nice big crowd here. It's going to be a fun day of racing. You're looking forward to popping in and out and breaking stuff down with you.
Fantastic. So you see anything in the paddock that anybody should be aware of right now, or how are the horses looking?
Yeah, I can. Little bit of a glimpse, but I really like this one. Even I think Abdul Williams is he has this horse primed. Came in second a couple weeks back. I like where it's sitting now at 5-1. I have the 5 and the 7 here. I have the 7 coming off a late pace with Angel Suarez coming in on my ticket. The one thing that we've seen here at Delaware Park is if you're in the lead, you're not going to wire the race here at Delaware Park. We've seen horses coming off the pace to win most of the races here thus far in about 20 odd days of racing.
Wow. So you got to keep track of the speed horses are a no-go, even on a big day with the stakes races and stuff, where they usually soup the tracks up.
I didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
I see a lot of times the jockeys and trainers share with us that on the big days like today, they usually soup the track up to benefit speed horses.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. So, yeah, I want to see how it plays out before I start placing any pick 3s or pick 4s. I want to see what happens the first couple races here.
All right, fantastic. So how often do you plan on joining us?
Whenever maybe whenever I'm available, or whenever I can, maybe every other race or something. I've got a couple other duties I have to perform here, so just wanted to. I thought it'd be cool to Sean sent me the link. I thought it'd be cool to kind of give you and your viewers kind of a little bit of a live feed.
Oh yeah, I think it's incredibly awesome. We 100% appreciate it. What do you do there at Delaware, Tom? Tell us.
Oh, I do kind of what you see on the Twitter, just a lot of promotions, and I've got about 25 Twitter people from all around the country here, which is kind of cool that they're here for one reason or another that I want to hook up with. I know Joe Moran from My Racehorse is here with a group of people, a couple other people. It's going to be nice. But there goes the jocks. You got this one, Aubrey. So Aubrey Green, the jockey of the one.
Mm-hmm. Is there a My Racehorse running today?
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's called Edge. It's like a subsidiary of My Racehorse. It's Yes This Time in the 7th race.
Yes, this time in the 7th race.
Maybe, I believe it's the number 2. Yeah, he's going up against Like a King.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think if they stay on the turf, that Yes This Time is going to get it.
Going to be difficult, yeah.
Yeah, I think Morning Line was something like 3-1 maybe with Yes This Time, but it's cool. I ran into Mike Smith earlier. It's a good day.
Yeah, it sounds like a good day. Maybe if Mr. Moran wants to come on and talk a little bit about Edge or myracehorse.com around the 7th race, we'd be glad to see what he has to say. Maybe there's some potential investors on board.
You know what? Yeah. He was getting a adult beverage when I last saw him, so I will. I'll hook up with him before then, and we'll be in contact. You have any looks here?
In this race, I haven't got into it really yet. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go through the card like I normally do. I did do my pace analysis, though. So for folks who are looking at to stay off the pace, I have the 2, Travel Girl, and the 4, but mostly the 2 getting out to the front pretty easily. Then you're going to have a few other horses like the 4, the 6, and the 7 that probably going to run in that 2nd tier. I think the 1 will be mixed up in that as well. And then on the way home, as far as closing is concerned, I think Steely Band, World Party, and the 1 horse Nakabea are probably going to be the ones that are coming the hardest at the end.
Yep. Yeah, I do like that. I have that 4 of my trifecta. I've got the 1, 4, 7 try.
1, 4, 7 try?
Yeah, right. We'll see what happens.
Yep, for sure.
So we're going to pop on and off before the races, right?
Yeah, sometime about 15 minutes to 10 minutes to post somewhere in there is perfect. So that's
All
what
right,
we typically do. And then I run through all the horses, give everybody my picks so they know what to fade.
Well, they'll know what to fade with me too. So, cool. Well, I will, I'll check in with you maybe before race 3. I got some things I got to attend to here, but thanks for having me on, sir.
Hey, thanks for having us. Thanks for coming
All
on,
right.
Tom. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right. Sounds good.
Bye, guys. Bye. How about that, huh, folks? We got a little bit of everything going on here at Horse Racing Radar. Try to find that anywhere else. You probably won't, but let's take a look at race number 1. We have Maiden claiming 25,000 going 1 mile on the main track. So let's run through the horses real quick together and see what we like, and then we'll go ahead and I'll make my picks. It's not raining there yet, but there's a chance of showers and thunderstorms. So right now the track is fast, and we have about 135 contestants. So I expect that number to go up as we move closer to the post time. So in race number 1, we'll start with horse number 1, and that is Nakabia. This is a horse that did put in one of the top last race speed figures. The horse is one of the morning line favorites. Horse hasn't won, but 50% in the money, which is a positive. Has a couple of 3 good quality starts in 6 races. That's the second and the third. That 2 seconds in the third in 6 runs. Travel Girl, again, the horse I suspect is going to get to the lead. That's the 2 horse. Has some of the fastest early fractions, but faded pretty hard all the way through the first race to debut. This is the second start with Lasix. Workouts since the last have been pretty good at Delaware, so I would expect some improvement from the 2. Travel Girl. Jordan's Surprise, the 3 horse, is the one surprise horse in the field, I guess. It's not really quite sure what to expect of it. Kenton Morris has won 25% of his races this year. 1 of 3 with maiden claiming. Jockey Raul Mena is a 13% winner. Some of those workouts are pretty fast, but for the most part, they've all been at 3 furlongs. The 4 furlong work that I see, it's a little bit on the slow side, but the 3 horse could be one that finds its way into your ticket. The 4 horse, Awfully Graceful. That's me on the dance floor. Third start off a layoff. 5 times out on the track. Hasn't really done anything. Trainer Gary Contessa is trying the turf to dirt angle, which he hits at about 9% on about 90% of his 90 races. He's got a drop in class, trying to change surfaces again. It seems to me to be a little bit of a hunt, if you will, to find something that might work. Bodacious Blend is the 5 horse. It has a top pedigree in the field in terms of the pedigree score for the distance. Unfortunately, it hasn't done much on the top line. 10 races without a win, 2 seconds in a third. Number 6, Steely Band, loves some second place. 6 times in 15 races with a third, but again, no W's. Only 1/3 at the distance in 4 tries. Trainer Kelly Dieter trying to go sprint route, which is one of Kelly's better angles, hitting at 13%. Although he's teamed up with the jockey Jose Bentecourt 12 times in 2021, and the 2 are yet to visit the winner's circle for a photo session. And finally, World Party, number 7. It's a horse that should be fit where Tom and Tom is saying, have some decent late pace to get into this race, and if speed doesn't hold, then it should be one of the hardest comers late. This is going to be a second start off a layoff, something that he's done a couple times, 2 race cycles. Usually runs about the same in the second race that he does the first race. Although last time out, his fractions were much better than they've been in previous races. So I'm expecting World Party to get a little bit of improvement here in the second start off a layoff. So Tom and Tom might have gone 1, 4, and 7. I'm going to kind of reverse that order a little bit. I'm going to put the 7 on top with the 1, the 4, and the first time starter. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your picks in the contest. And of course, good luck with your live tickets at the track. Well, Tom was right about the one horse coming home first. And we had approximately, I think everybody in the contest took the one horse except me, maybe. So you had the 55 of the 135 people took the one horse. And I think there'll probably be more in the contest, as I mentioned, as it moves along throughout the day. If you had the one at 7-2, not bad for the second pick of mine. I think it was the second or third choice on the board. That exacta trifecta paid. Let's look here real quick. Race 1 results. You had a 1-6, not bad. 34.10 exacta. A 1-6-4 for 50 cents. $56.95 trifecta. So it's a good way to start for those people who played that. We'll be on the race 2 momentarily in about 10 minutes to post. Tom will probably be joining us like every other race or so to give us some insights from the track. See if maybe he can round up another special guest or something along those lines. That would be great. We'll find out as the day moves along. It's going to be kind of an impromptu day at Delaware. And, a lot of times that makes for the most fun. So let's see if we can have a lot of fun, pick a lot of winners, and just make it a great July 3rd. And hopefully everybody will have a little bit more money for celebrating tomorrow. We'll see you 10 minutes to post. And there he is. Forget to press some buttons sometimes, folks, and it makes for a fun show in that you don't know what to expect. It's like handicapping. It's a box of chocolates when you don't have the odds. When you do your handicapping and when you find out what they are, you're always surprised. So we're going on to race number 2. This is an allowance for 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. And you have the number 7, I think, is scratched. So we have a 6-horse field. Just make sure. Yep, number 7 is scratched, 6-horse field. And I would say that Tom was right about speed not holding up last time out. So let's take a look at how we think the race could at least line up early on, and then who will have the strongest legs in the back. We did pretty much nail the early pace spot on last time out, just didn't really pick the winner. Second horse that I had selected won, but let's go ahead and take a look at the early pace for race number 2. Again, I think the 2-horse Miner's Gem, number 4, Taylor's Chrome, and number 3, Flight to Shanghai are likely to be the pace setters, but the 2-horse could kind of shake free maybe a little bit from the rest of the crowd and then find its way out early and then kind of fade like the 2-horse did in the last race. At the end, your 2 favorites look to me like they're the ones that are going to have the most legs. Suko and Save Moon and Sweet Home Dixie, that 1-horse, seemed to have a pretty decided advantage with the late run compared to the rest of the field. If you're watching the live paddock show on the whatever brand of horse racing betting site that you use, if they showed the Delaware, the 1-horse was acting up a little bit, running in and out of the barn. It seems like he's full of energy, or she's full of energy, Sweet Home Dixie, though. So let's see what Sweet Home Dixie and the other 6 horses' chances are of taking home the crown here. Sweet Home Dixie has raced 18 times, 6 wins, so it's won 1/3 of her races. That's pretty solid. Stepping up, at least in terms of purse from the last time out, almost doubling the purse from $22,000 to $45,000, so more than doubling. In those last few races, though, she's got one quality effort, I would say, in her last 5 starts. None really one in 2021. Her 3rd place finish at Laurel in her first race off the bench in March. Other than that, even the 2nd place by 4.5 is really not what I would call a quality race. And then last time out, 2nd by 9 3/4. I wouldn't consider that quality either. Number 2, Miner's Gem. It is dropping in class, 3rd time off a layoff, which has hit, I think, approximately 3 times out of 11 for trainer Corby Caiazzo. Victor Carasacco in the irons. The team have combined to win 1 race out of 3 this year. And the 2-horse, has won 1 out of 6 lifetime starts, 2 races back at Pimlico, finally getting the maiden race. I'm not so sure that this is a horse outside of the top pedigree for the distance, which he's 1 for 1 at. She's 1 for 1 at. So 1 for 1 at the distance. 3rd time off a layoff. If you're looking for the 2-horse pedigree, those might be the angles that come home. But if she's closer to the front, then, we saw that in the last leg. That did not, in the opener, hold up very well. Number 3, Flight to Shanghai, right now is the favorite at 6-5. Flight to Shanghai is made 7 starts, a win, 3 seconds, and a third. So pretty solid on a fast track. And right now the track is listed as fast, but looking at it, I'm not so sure that it really is fast. Looks a little bit heavy to me, but on a fast track, 3/3 and a 3 seconds and a third in 4 starts. Was the favorite last time out, got beat. Trainer Jane Sibeli rebounds at 29% with beaten favorites, and she's just kind of been playing so far at Delaware, 5 wins in 9 races. So that's pretty solid. And going 2 for 2 with Michael Sanchez in the irons. Number 4, Taylor's Chrome, is a horse that's raced 8 times, has been in the money 5 out of those 8 times. At the on a fast surface, 2 wins, a second and a third in 7 tries, a win and a second at the distance. So it's a 3rd time off a layoff here as well. Last time in a 3-race cycle, the horse regressed badly. So I don't know that that's necessarily going to be how that horse runs, but in its short career, the only 3-race cycle Taylor's Chrome has made has ended in well, it ended in a pretty bad race, 5th by 12. Got a sluggish start, didn't really get involved. Number 5, Same Moon, broke a maiden last time out in her 7th try. I'm not a huge advocate of taking horses that take 7 tries to go ahead and win 2 races back to back, especially since she went off last time out at 49, almost 50 to 1 odds. But she did go from last 6th. She was 25 lengths back, but made up a lot of ground in a mile and 70 yards. So she'll come charging hard. And then finally, Suko is the second choice right now on the board. She's off at 2 to 1 at the moment. And she did run the highest last race speed figure in her 5-year-old debut, crushed the field by 12 as a 30-cent favorite. Jockey Timothy Ritchie and jockey trainer Timothy Ritchie wins at 33%. So he's won 5 of 15. The second start off a layoff. Last time out, the horse went through it only once before, a 2-race cycle. It didn't do as well in the second race as it did in the first, but that race was on turf. And the 2 dirt races this horse has had, 2 wins. The 2 turf races, not so much. This one is on the main track, so she's 2 for 2 on the dirt, and neither one of them have been close, winning by, I think, a combined, 30 lengths or something like that, 29 lengths. The 7, Hope Has a Name, is scratched. So, based upon what I see here, I like the 6 horse, 2 for 2 on the dirt. They haven't been close. They've been deep fields. Is stepping up a little bit in class in terms of purse money. But if she runs the same race she won last time, this race will be kind of easy for Suko. But she's got to repeat that performance. Not always easy to do for a horse who's run 4 times and hasn't run 2 good races back to back yet. It's been 1 bad one, 1 good one, 1 bad one, 1 good one. Last one was a good one, so hopefully she can string 2 together. So I'm going to go 6, 3, 4, and 1, although the 1 horse acting up has me a little bit concerned. If you want to put a little more of a price in there, I would go with the 2 simply because they're probably closer to the front and have a little bit, the 5 will have to get by her late. So that's it for me. 6, 3, 4, 1. Good luck with your picks in the contest. And of course, good luck with your tickets. We'll see you when it's official. So I see how this is going to work today. Whatever horse I pick second is going to win. It's happened to me in the first 2 races. So, the trend is your friend until it's no longer a trend, and it's no longer your friend. But so far, my second pick has won both races. At least this time around, my first pick made it into second place, but jockey couldn't get that 6 horse to run straight for nothing, constantly tugging on her head to get her to kind of straighten out and get focused, and maybe next time out wear blinkers or something along those lines. So Flight to Shanghai is your winner. Suko is your second place horse. Same Moon, the 5 horse, comes in third. That trifecta paid $33.40. The Exacta paid $4.30 with the 2 favorites. Really can't expect a whole lot more out of that. Race number 3 looks to me like it's on the main track. There's no show betting, try, or superfecta. Only 4 horses are going to make the trip around the course. Of course, we'll have a 75% chance that we'll collect points in the next race. So let's make sure that we can at least hopefully get the winner. We'll find out 10 minutes to post how that works out. Hey, by the way, if you have any questions, comments, something you want us to talk about, bring up, something you have to say on the YouTube, you can go ahead and comment there, or you can comment in the live section of the contest. And I do check that out and see if there's any comments in there. And then, of course, we'll see what we can do to answer them. Right now, we have 36 people who have picked both the winners in the first 2 races in this Delaware Challenge. And again, if you have any questions, comments, something you want us to address, just go ahead and hit us up on YouTube or hit us up in the comments section of the live contest, and we'll make sure that we get it addressed. All right, folks, we'll see you 10 minutes to race number 3. Now we move on to race number 3 at Delaware Park. We have a 4-horse field. They're going to be running let's see real quick. Always should be paged up there. They're supposed to run 5 furlongs on the turf, but this race is not on the turf. It is on the main track, and you only have a 4-horse field. The 1 horse is scratched, the 2 horses scratched, the 3 horse scratch is in. Hitch a Ride. The 4-horse Uncle Mo's Affair is not in the race. The 6 to 5 horse is, let's see, I forgot which ones were scratched. The 5, 6, and 7 are in the race, and everybody else is out. So 8 and 9. So taking a look at it, according to the odds boards, there are only 2 horses that have a chance to win. Now, just mathematically speaking, you have a 25% chance to pick the winner, no handicapping skills. Based upon the odds, it's the 3 or the 7. So they probably narrowed that down. So you got a 50-50 pick between the 3 and the 7. Maybe the 5, the 6. It's the best looking horse in the field, but may not be the best runner in the field. Just take a quick run through and see what we got here with race number 3. Number 3 horse, again, is the horse that scratched in, was a main track only entrant. The horse will be making its second start off a layoff, its second start as a 3-year-old filly. Last time out, she ran a speed figure that was on par with the speed figure that she ended her 2-year-old campaign with. I would have liked to seen a little bit of improvement there. There wasn't any. However, in her debut, she ran a number that was about 24 points lower than what she was able to put on the board in race number 2. So if Carol Cedeno can get the same sort of improvement out of Hitch a Ride, as Hitch a Ride provided in her second race career start compared to the first career start, you might have something there. And it's a horse that I do expect, based upon my pace analysis, to be close to the front. She and the 7-horse Beautiful Grace will probably be side by side. I think the 7 might get a little bit of a break on her, but if she runs back Hitch a Ride to her maiden score at 40,000, she'll be the one on the lead. So the 7 and the 3 are probably going to battle out for the lead. And then you're going to have the 5 and the 6 tailing behind. But in a 4-horse field, there shouldn't be a whole lot of separation, because there's really not a lot of reason for the 3 and the 7 to really get too far away from the other 2 horses, unless they just decide they don't want to run. The 5-horse, Bound for Broadway. Horse has raced 8 times, has 1 win and 3 seconds. One of those seconds came at Delaware Park at a 5-furlong turf race, where she was close to the front all the way around the pack. But since she's run 4 of her last 5 races on dirt, and one race where she was kind of close to the pace, everything else kind of at the back and going further and further back as the race moved on. The 6-horse, Laugh in Place, got off to a good break last time, which I like to see. So there's some improvement. First start off a layoff was 5th at the quarter pole. And then the second start was 1st at the quarter pole. Second start, 5th at the half-mile marker. And then second start was 2nd at the half-mile marker. So you see that kind of stepping up the ladder, which is something I like to see, because that, to me, is a sign of improvement. Horse is making its 3rd start off a layoff. Has 4 runs on dirt track, fast dirt, which is how the track is listed now. I'm not so sure it really is. It does, again, look heavy to me. In those 4 starts, a 2nd and a 3rd, 3 off-track starts with a win and a 2nd. So if the track is a little heavy, then perhaps the 6-horse is a horse to put in there. I think when you're looking at that, stepping up the scale, that's the indication to me that the horse probably will outperform the 5. And then the other favorite, number 7, Beautiful Grace, is making also 3rd start off a break, which is a 28% winner for trainer Jamie Ness, probably the most dominant name at Delaware Park. He and Jaime Rodriguez hit at 28% together in 71 races in the last 2 months. So pretty high win rate there. And that's why you're seeing a lot of the money move to the 7-horse, who right now is the current favorite at 4-5, and also the heavy favorite in the Delaware handicapping contest. I'm going to take a little bit of a different route here. The 3-horse, if you look and see how it's presented in how many people selected in the contest, is a really low choice. I think it's like about 8%. So it's a really low percentage. I think it's a 50-50 race between the 3 and the 7. So if I'm only 8% of the people, I can pass a whole lot of folks by taking the 3-horse if it happens to get the better of the 7. And I feel like if the 3-horse runs the same race she did last out, the 7-horse Beautiful Grace only has 1 race in her resume. That would be better than that. So I'm expecting some improvement from the 3-horse. I wouldn't be surprised if the 7-horse also shows some improvement in the 3rd time off a layoff. But I'm going to go where I'm going to get the biggest bang for my buck. I am going to go 3, 7, 6, and 5. Not a whole lot of horses to pick from. We'll find out how they lined up when it goes official, and we will see you then. Just a quick heads up, just got a text from Tom and Tom live at the track. So this is a kind of up-to-date information. They just started raining there, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these turf races move off to dirt like we see in this one, and to start to see some of the mudders, in which case I think you're going to see maybe some of the, like the 5-horse that we talked about before, or the 6-horse, having a little better luck on a off track. So again, starting to rain there. We'll have Tom and Tom on for an update, maybe in another race or two when it starts to maybe let up a little bit. And we'll see you 10 minutes. We'll see you when this one goes official. finally got one that didn't finish second. That's a 3-horse pulled off the win there. Got off to the front. Kind of thought that we'd be the 3-7 all the way around the track. Just unsure which one was going to take charge. 3 took charge and then fought off the 7 down the stretch in the short race. So, and then the 5 and 6, they really didn't. In fact, they're kind of both slacked off at the end. I guess maybe one tried a little harder, the 5-horse, to get into the back end of the field, but no trifecta bets anyway. So the 2 favorites run 1-2. We have 3 people: Doug Hammonds, RMTNZO, and Norman Solomonsky. I'm sorry, Norman, if I'm getting that wrong. My last name, though, I'm perfectly used to it. No offense is taken, because I don't take any people mess up mine. And we have a whole host of people at another 30 people at 13 points, another 10 or so at 11, a bunch at 10, 9, and 8. So there's still plenty of time. Nobody's really busting out to a huge lead just yet. So make sure that you're keeping up with the scratches, you're keeping up with the race changes, so that you can have a best chance to win your $100 for the Delaware Duking It Out contest. If you haven't already, one of the ways you can go ahead and make yourself a winner, so to speak, not really a winner, but fatten your bankroll, which is kind of the purpose of what we're doing, is to go ahead over to betus.com, open up an account, use the promo code HHR or GTS. They'll match you up to 125% of your deposit and give you a $50 free play. Again, betus.com, HHR is the username, is the code, or GTS to get the 125% deposit bonus and $50 free play. And as the contest goes along, you'll see up in your window on the right-hand side, you have some coins. If you click on the coins, it'll tell you exactly how to use them. And you can take a sneak peek at what the competitors are playing. So I'll give you an opportunity to either join the people who are in front of you or try to pick something a little bit different so that you can close the gap in case that they're wrong. It's horse racing. We're due for some long shots sooner or later. I have a feeling with the weather, we're going to see some bombs come in. Maybe we'll see one in race number 4. We'll talk about it when the race is 10 minutes to post. And we're off to race number 4. It's going to be a 6-furlong race on the main track, a full field of 8, no scratches. Track has been downgraded from fast to good, but if you were looking on the screen and you were seeing the way that rain was coming down, that's no surprise because it was really raining. You know, they're the sports version of mailmen, nor rain, nor sleet, nor snow, right? Unlike a lot of other sports, a little bit of rain off the field, a little bit of cold, can't play. So it's jockeys don't get the credit for the athletes that they really are. So 8-horse field. Right now, the 1 horse is the favorite, Meru, according to the odds board. Meru is currently at 5-2. The horse is a first-time gelded horse. That's probably one of the angles that the horse players are looking at. Horse is last time out, 8th by 11. Ew, not good on May 1st. Since then, the works have been only okay. And I think based upon my pace analysis, the 1 horse should be, I'm not going to say near the front, but there is a little bit of pace in this field. So I'm going to think the 1 horse might be second, might be third. I don't think she's going to be on the lead. I think that'll go to the 2 or the 6, or maybe on the outside, the 8 horse. And then at the end of the race, the horses with the best kick, number 3, Tommy Shelby, number 6, Redeem Eddie, number 4, Easy Day, number 2, Band on Tour, and number 1, Meru are the horses that I think are going to have the most octane when they're coming down the stretch. So we'll see how that plays out in terms of race shape, but I do expect you're going to see some pretty good pace on this one. A lot of horses want the lead, and it could open up the door to a horse that likes to come off the pace, despite the fact that meet to date, something like 72% of the horses have won near the front at the distance and surface, with nearly 30% winning wire to wire. So let's take a look at Meru and the rest of the field and see what they have to offer. Meru is a horse that is dropping in class. Last time out, ran for a prize of 94,000 was the purse. This time around, it's 47,000. Does have the top pedigree in the field, and way back in early races, he also flashed some of the best early speed. So maybe he'll revert back to that early speed form, being a horse that's first time gelded, been Lasix pretty much every race after that. Number 2, it's a horse that's turning around right away, ran on June 19th, so it hasn't been all that long since the horse ran last time out. It's a nose away from winning 3 in a row. So trainer Gary Capuano wants to make sure while Band is on tour is in form, the horse is out there on the track. And one thing you got to keep in mind here too, as I look across the different metrics, Band on Tour is the only horse in the field that put up a last race speed figure above par. So that's it's a pretty good angle, one of the stronger angles. He did run the last race speed figure, which is usually around a 30% winner, about the same as the favorite, maybe a little bit less than that. But add in that it's over par, and that number probably goes up a little bit. Horse has 2 wins and a second over 4 turns around the Delaware track, and has a win and a second in 3 runs on an off track. Number 3 is Tommy Shelby. Tommy Shelby is making the first start since May. Last time out, won a race, but really that's the only quality race in the last 10 starts. And basically, I think it has to show a lot more, although I'm seeing a lot of really solid workouts from this horse. But 1 race out of 10, that's good. And horse is taking a slight step up in class. If it runs 2 races in a row that are really strong, that would shock me. Although the horse has a win and a second in 2 off-track starts. So track, like I said, has been downgraded. Number 4, Easy Day. This horse has hit the board 8 out of 8 for jockey Raul Mena and trainer Awan Aragata. Did break its maiden 2 races back, followed it up with a big win. That was a 3-length win, which is usually a pretty good sign of the next race out. Backed it up with race to race 3.5 length wins. One thing I'm a little bit leery of looking at the line is last time out, the fractions were a little bit slower in the early to middle part of the race, but finished at the same exact time. So I expect you're going to see Easy Day run a race very similar to what he ran last time out at Delaware, which could be good enough to win, considering it was one of the higher last race speed figures. Number 5, Charge to Victory, is a horse that's also dropping a little bit in class. Last time out, ran for almost $69,000 in purse money, but wasn't close. The horse finished 10th by 35, just walk off, didn't really try to do anything in the end. It does have a pretty good history. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quality starts in the last 10 races. However, only 1, 2 quality starts in the last 6. So most of that work is in the back. The back class is there. The current class is not on the 5 horse. I want to see something other than middle of the road workouts to expect a whole lot of improvement out of Charge to Victory here today. Number 6 is Redeem Eddie. I didn't know that Redeeming Eddie needed redeeming, but Eddie is a half a length away from winning 3 in a row, has a win by a neck last time out. Prior to that, a second by a head, and then also had 2 wins in 3 previous races. A bullet workout last time. I love to see that for a horse that's coming back to the track. First out of 42 at 4 furlongs, 47-2, 2 wins in 3 tries at Delaware, 2 wins in 3 tries at the distance. 0 for 1 on an off track, though. Didn't even factor in that race at all. In fact, finished 5 by 3/4 as the favorite at Laurel. Got shuffled and didn't perform thereafter. So one of the worst starts for Redeem Eddie. So he will need to redeem himself today on an off track. Christiana is the 7 horse. It's a horse making a second start off a layoff. Has shown major improvement in the prior 3 second races off the layoff. So last time speed figure was just a cut below some of the top horses in this field in terms of the speed figures that were put out there. And I would expect that you're going to see number 7, Christiana, take a step forward today. The horse is stepping up slightly in class, but if he does improve the 4-year-old as much as he has in the past, I would expect to see the horse do well. Number 8, at least outrun its morning line odds anyway. Number 8 is Arcadia Calls. Roberto Alvarado Jr. in the irons with Gerald Bennett as the trainer. The 2 team up for 1 win in 3 races together. Last time out at Delaware, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. Horse did run a nice race, close to the pace, and then dueled and took the lead at the end. So she did run some of the fastest opening fractions last time out. Probably be somewhere near the pace early on. I think this is a wide open race. I'm going to go with the 6 on top. I think we're going to start to see some shots come in, followed by the 4, the 1, and then I was deciding between the 7 and the 2. Based upon the 7's history of improving in the second start off the layoff, I'm going to put the 7 in instead of the 2. So 6, 4, 1, 7. That's how I'm laying them out. We'll see how they line up when they go official, and we'll see you then. I tell you, sometimes horse racing, I don't know how I'm not bald from yanking my hair out of my head. That's the fourth race, the third time my second pick came home first. It's the kind of thing that can just drive you absolutely bananas. It's a difference between a winning ticket and a losing ticket, and having sanity and not having sanity. We have RMTNZO, perfect so far through the day. All four of his picks, or her picks, have finished first. 20 points through 4 races. Congratulations on that. See if you can hold up that perfect record through the rest of the day. That would be a very interesting. I don't know if I've seen. I think it's happened once in a contest before where somebody's had the winner in every race. I know of at least one occasion where that was the case. I think our own Terry did that, but I'm not 100% sure that it's the only one, and I'm not 100% sure that Terry actually did that. But for some reason, that sticks in my mind. So through 4 races, RM like Mary T, NZO is perfect. 4-0. Let's see if some of us can start to make a dent into that. I think next time around, when I'm done ranking my horses, I'm just going to move the horse that's second to first. And that way I know I'm going to have the winner. But then I'll probably have my first horse finish, my second horse, which was really my first horse, finish first. Well, we'll find how we rank them. I know the next race is on turf. We'll see. I think it's probably going to be off the turf. I'm not 100% sure just yet because I'm always getting prepared for stuff in between races. I'll take a look at it and we'll discuss it 10 minutes before post. Sorry about the little bit delay there, folks. Had to take care of some business. And nowadays, anytime you call anything, my God, how long are you on hold for? It's terrible. And then when you get on hold, I got to transfer you here. I got to transfer you there. And before you know it, you're on the call for 15, 20 minutes and you haven't spoken to anybody yet. So to hang up and do it again. So I'll be try it in the next race. So race 5 is, after all, on the turf, not moved to the dirt despite the heavy rain earlier on in the day. That doesn't mean there weren't some scratches. The 2, the 5, the 7, and the 10 were nixed. So let's go ahead and take a look at this field and see how some of these horses might run. According to our pace analysis, we're going to see the 6 horse could shake out to a lead by itself, Caldy. And maybe number 3, Viburnum, could be right there behind with the 1 B up and 9 out of sorts. At the end, the favorite Mia Martina has by far the strongest late pace figures, followed by the 9 out of sorts, then Verbinum, and then maybe the 8 triple digit B up, the number 1 horse. We'll see how it performs. It should maybe improve. Last time out, did run away from the pack as a favorite at the maiden claim and 40,000 level. Let's go ahead and take a quick look. 1 horse is making its second start. Was well bet. 1, Cedeno, was in the irons. Is in the irons once again. 25% winner. Jockey Jonathan Thomas, the trainer, has won 3 out of 5. As we've mentioned, the 2 horses scratched. Number 3, Viburnum, has not run a good race in the last 2. Did take a break. Is coming back. The horse has run okay fresh. A second by 1.5. And a second by 3 in the other, and then in the debut, 1 by 2. So clearly the 3 horse likes to have a little bit of time off. Perhaps the time off here will bode well too. Workouts were okay. Mia Martina is the favorite right now. The horse has some really strong closing, but does tend to get way behind. So the horse is going to have to 100% probably be a little closer to the pace today in order to pull off the win. The last 3 races, a 4th, didn't finish, a 4th. Prior to that, first 2 races of its career, did win and won. Every speed figure has been about the same, so probably just the quality of opponents in the grade 3 and then the $100,000 non-listed stakes race last out. It's probably the reason why the horse hasn't fared as well as it did in its debut, but is kind of in the same class level as its run before last time out, where it did finish second. 4th by 2.25. So I would expect the 4 horse to be very competitive here. Obviously, so do the bettors. That's why they have her listed as a favorite. She is one of a few horses in the field that did run a speed figure above par last time out. Number 5 is scratched. Number 6, Caldy, should be up near the front, as we mentioned. Has a good chance, I think, to shake free. Second time on Lasix for this horse, which is a 37% winner for trainer Brad Cox. Gets Carol Cedeno in the irons. They two haven't teamed up, but 3rd time off a start. The only other time this horse made a 3-run cycle was in its first 4 races, and the 3rd race was about as good as the 2nd race, a slight step back, so maybe a little bit of a move back. Maybe the Lasix is the difference here, and the horse can actually improve in the 3rd start off a layoff. Number 7 is scratched, didn't scratch in. Number 8, triple digit, last time out, did win by 6.25. It's the first race since April. Big win there on the turf. The horse has been on the turf 1 time. That was the only time. Crushed the field of 8 by 6.5. Made it look easy. They turned this horse around pretty quickly, but not too quickly, I don't think. I do expect that you'll see this horse maybe be a horse for the surface. It'll have to repeat the last time out. In its previous 2 race cycles, did step back last time pretty aggressively. The 2nd race following the debut was a little step forward. So a little bit of a mixed bag there. The trainer has only had 1 other horse make a 2nd race on the grass, Edward Allard, and that horse won as well. Number 9, number 9 is the last horse because the 10 is scratched. Out of Sorts has finished very well in its last 5 races. So I'd expect that you'll see the horse do pretty well here in the 3rd time off the layoff. 27% winner for Brittany Russell. So how am I going to line them up? I'm going to go with the 6, the 1, the 4, and the 9. 6, 1, 4, 9. Good luck with your picks. and we'll see you when it goes official. Hello, are you there? Hello? 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 Oh, Lord. Gosh damn it. What the fuck, man? Fucking Yankees fucking suck fucking balls, man. Ah, boy. Oops, wrong one. Hello? What's up, Terry? Hello? Hello? What the hell's going on here? Hello? 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 Hello, Terry. What's up? Oh, am I? Okay, so now we're having real problems. The mic was muted when it shouldn't have been muted, and it was muted. It wasn't muted when it should have been muted. I apologize for that, folks. I was on the phone, as I had mentioned before the previous race, trying to get some business taken care of. And unfortunately, the person hung up on me, and I was not happy about that. I did leave the studio, so I did not know that the microphone was muted. So now I'm having some microphone problems. It's muted when it's unmuted and muted when it should be muted. So I 100% apologize for the foul language there. Unfortunately, at times well, when people do that, I'm sure you get angry too, as well. So I will double check, triple check, and quadruple check going forward that the microphone is indeed off, although it was supposed to be off. So I apologize. And again, my second place, my first place pick ended up second place. So it makes me feel like having another emotional bout like that. But in any case, I apologize. We'll get it together, hopefully, for the rest of the day. Pick some more second place horses, and you guys can just put them as the back end of your exacta for the rest of the way. So race 5 is complete. It's in the books. We have, let's see if RM, nope, Gary Fitzpatrick moves into a tie with RMTNZ. Oh, Gary always seems to be near the top of the leaderboard. I will make sure that this time, if I have to, I'll unplug my microphone from the USB port because I'm going to make a phone call again. So again, I'm really sorry that the mic didn't get muted. I promise you, I'll do my best not to let it happen again. My apologies. So we'll see you 10 minutes to race number 6. Hopefully we have the microphone issues all settled. I believe I'm unmuted when I should be unmuted, and not muted when I should have been muted. Again, in case it didn't happen last time, again, I apologize. I was on my phone, got hung up on by somebody I was on hold with for a while, as I mentioned, prior to the previous race, and hanging up on me after spending all that time on hold, getting this to finally talk to the right person. Them hanging up on me agitated me more than it probably should have, but that's sometimes the way things go. So I apologize for the bad language. Every now and then I'm known to use that. My children and my wife sometimes will kick me because I sometimes I say things when I shouldn't say it. But in any case, that's behind us now. Let's take a look at race number 6. Terry, if I'm not muted, please let me know. I just want to make sure I got things right. Race number 6 is a turf race, I believe. No, it's a regular stakes race, the Alapocas Run Stakes. It's a 6 furlong race on the main track. Right now, I think we have the 1, the 5, the 6, and the 7 are scratched. A heavy favorite in the 10 horse. Let's see if anybody's got a chance to go at these folks at the heavy favorite. Number 2 is Classy Solution, 21-1 morning line. Right now, it's 25-1 on the board, so not taking in any money. 3 races back, the horse who is on a pretty good streak, winning by a head, finishing by 1 on the lead again, second by a head, last time out fourth by 4 3/4. Really not a bad run out of the 2 horse. Maybe the step up in class is probably too much for the horse. That's probably what folks are thinking here with the 2 horse, but I think maybe could run better than its odds, the 2 horse. The number 3 horse, Always Sunshine, is dropping in class. Last time out, the purse was $100,000. This time around, the purse is $50,000. Does have some of the fastest opening fractions for any of the horses in the field. So I would expect the 3 horse in the third time off a layoff to do pretty well. The horse has been over the Delaware course 4 times with 2 wins, a second and a third, and is making the third time off a start. The only other time in the last 10 races it made it a 3-race cycle, the third race was a disaster. So maybe something to keep in mind. The 4 horse is Golden Candy. It's a horse that's won 2 in a row, 3 of the last 4, and it's basically put together a streak of 8 quality starts. Carol Cedeno riding the horse in the third time off a layoff at Delaware, 5 wins, a second, 3/3, a horse for the course, loves the distance. The 4 horse is absolutely a horse that you have to have in your selections because it is a horse for the course, is in good form, and has run well at the distance. Number 5, number 6, number 7, all scratched. If Sean were here, he'd be making fun of me for almost picking one of those horses and talking about it. Number 8, 3 Over Deuces, hasn't run a good race in 2021 since returning from its 2020 campaign when it raced much better. Last time out was the worst of the trio in 2021. I want to see more out of the 8 horse before I go ahead and commit to putting that horse on my ticket. Just seems like it's out of form, although Delaware Park is a place that might find its form back, being in the money 6 out of 8 and 7 out of 10 at the distance. Number 9, Spatesford, is the horse that I believe, according to the pace analysis, could get out to a lead by itself and have not a whole lot of company. Always Sunshine, the 3 horse and the 2 horse Classy Solution, along with the 10, might keep her company, but I do think the 9 horse has a chance, to get out to the lead and make it very difficult for others to try to get the lead if they want the lead. One run across the Delaware track with a win, nothing else. And then at the distance, a win, a place, a show in 9 races. And this is a horse that's kind of a series of starts and breaks, series of starts and breaks, starts and breaks, starts and breaks. Sometimes runs well fresh, sometimes doesn't well fresh. Last time out ran well fresh. The recent workouts are pretty solid. So I think the 9 horse has a chance to be a part of the equation here. And the 10 horse, where he told me to go. I love when you have to pronounce the names phonetically. 1-1 favorite on the board right now. Bettors are really heavy onto the 10 horse. probably because the horse has 3 wins, 2 seconds, and 5 tries over the course, has a win in 2 seconds in 3 races over a muddy course. The horse hasn't run since April. Workouts since then are actually not very good at all. Last time, 14 out of 15. Furlongs, the time before that, 14 out of 17. I'm not sure if that's how Brittany Russell trains them, but that's how the horse is running. I'm not a big fan of that running style whatsoever at all. I do think that 1-1 is a big time underlay on this horse. I can't bet it at 1-1. So I'm going to look for a little bit of a price here. I'm going to go with the 3 horse over the 4, the 10, and the 9. I'm going 3, 4, 10, 9. Good luck with your tickets and good luck at the track. And let's make sure I go mute this time. You have to admit, folks, it's borderline amazing that every one of my picks to win comes in second. This is driving me crazy. Not as crazy as people hang up on me on the phone, drive me crazy, but it's one of those days. Like I said, if you had just go ahead and put my horse in second and whatever you want else to bet around it, go right ahead and do it. The 3-horse, Always Sunshine, indeed, finished second to the favorite. What are you going to do? That's the way it goes sometimes in horse racing. But, like golf, if you can figure out a predictable, reliable, repeatable action with your ball, you can play it over and over and over again into a profitable game. I mean, look at Freddie Couples and how he just hits a slice, or Bubba Watson every single time, a slice, a slice, a slice. But he knows where that ball is going to go every single time. So looks like to me my second pick's going to go into the place spot every single time today. So again, if you're looking for a place horse, you want to do your exotics, the best bet of the day is Rich's number 1 pick is going to finish second. It's a 3-hole, couldn't hold on to the lead all the way to the wire. We are about 23 minutes away from race number 7. Hopefully we have the microphone issues figured out. It seems like we do. We do seem to have my picks are working out figured out. It looks like we have that too. And now I just need to see if I can get that phone situation ironed out. But maybe I'll wait until we're done with the races to see if it's possible. But with the weekend coming up, these things that I need to get done before the weekend gets here, I'm not so sure that the offices will still be open. So I will see you 10 minutes to post to race number 7. So I think in this race, in the beginning of the day, Tom from Tom and Tom Racing mentioned that the 2-horse, yes, this time is a My Race Horse, or I think he called it Edge Racing, which is I guess a version of My Race Horse. And a lot of these horses that are like the My Race Horse, these collectives where the people chip in and buy shares in a horse, if you will, they tend to get really heavily bet. And that's what you see here with the 2-horse at 6-5. It is the favorite. A lot of that probably has to do with the fact that it is one of those horses like a My Race Horse where they get a lot of action on those horses. So that's why it's down from 7-2, probably to 6-5, although it has won 5 of 7 races, 4 of the last 5. That is another good reason why people might like that horse. It's also won 5 of 6 on the turf. So it's deserving of a lot of action from horse players, but at the same time, knowing that it's a My Race Horse or an affiliate of My Race Horse lets you know that it's probably taking on more money than it should. So the 2-horse should be one of the favorites, is likely going to be a candidate to win, but I think at 6-5 might be a little bit overpriced, if you will. And then looking at the way the race shapes out, I think you're going to see the 9 and the 4 probably get to the lead. They could actually get out to a pretty decent lead, I think, with the 6 and the 7 followed by the 2 and the 5. So they should hold the back of the pack. And then the 5-horse, Like a King, actually has a little bit better kick than the 2-horse. But Like a King is trying to race around the turf, I think for the third time on the turf, has a win by 7. And then last time out on the turf at 1 1/8, 5th, kind of faded a little bit at the end, had a little bit of problems, got brushed, made a move, then kind of faded back at this level. So maybe the 7-horse, the 5-horse, maybe the 5-horse, it's kind of a mixed bag on the turf. If it gets towards the lead, which I think it may or may not get towards the lead, the horse could have a play, but could be overbet too. But it might be actually the one that I go with. So I'm not 100% sure which way I'm going on that. So let's go ahead and take a look through the field and see what we like. The 1 is scratched. That brings us to number 2. Yes, this time the horse has won 5 of 7, as we mentioned, does close. Has run close to the pace, so it's a Terry favorite, a versatile horse, one that can be near the front, in the middle, or the back, and still find a way to the finish line. Terry is big on those horses, and I imagine Terry's listening and probably has this horse in his tickets. The 3-horse, excuse me, Shackled Love is scratched because it's a main track only. He's not in this race. The 4-horse is Be Here. The horse did finish second last time out, a quality race, 2 quality races in 4 races, was 10th out of 11. I mean, 10 lengths back out of 11, but I can't imagine how far back those other horses were, and did manage to rally to a second by 4 lengths. So I don't really consider that a great race. Did manage to beat 9 other horses and put its best speed figure on the board. After its debut, the horse did take a 1 point off the speed figure. So I'd expect a very similar effort here. I do think that Be Here is going to have to probably get out a little bit faster than he did in the last race. Seems to perform better when he's a little bit closer to the front. Doesn't need to be all the way in the back. Like a King was the morning line favorite at 8-5. Right now, Like a King is 4-1. I guess people do not like the turf pedigree here. But looking at Like a King, last time out, ran on a good turf race, finished 5th by 4 3/4. His only other turf run was a firm run where he won by 7.5, running away from the pack. So if he's a little bit closer to the lead than he has been in the last 3 or 4 races, I think he's got a good shot to close him out because, like I mentioned, he does have the top late pace in the field. Number 6 is Iman. A horse is, he's a nose away from winning 3 in a row and a neck away from winning 4 out of the last 5. So if you look at the line, 7 races, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and nothing behind it, it's a little bit deceptive. The last 5 races, the horses probably run a little bit better than that. and the horse does have some of the best opening fractions in the field. So I'd imagine, again, I think the 6 horse is the one, or one of the ones that can get out to the front and definitely play a part in the early part of the race. Number 7 is Wooten Asset. This is one of those horses that's come over from France. If Tom were here, he'd probably make fun of me. I know the one is Lion, but I know they'd probably pronounce it that way. Probably Lyon and Les Lions, Dangers, whatever. Longchamp and Deauville. That's where the horses run. And he's had some good success on a soft track. I have a feeling that the racing here might be to his preference, might be what he likes, what he's accustomed to at France. He has not fared well on the firm track last time out, but did have a second by a nose on a yielding track and a closing 4th on another yielding surface here. So I think the 7 horse, based upon my new learned knowledge with international man of mystery, our own Austin Powers, Tom, that the 7 horse Wooten Asset might find the wet turf to his liking. Number 9, 007, is the horse I expect to be out on the lead that could shake free. This is going to be the first time that the horse tries the grass. Not the most successful angle for Jeremiah O'Dwyer. 8% winner in 24 races. So that's probably what, 2. Did run the last time, ran out the highest last race speed figure on slop. And as we mentioned before, many, many times, how horse runs on an off track can be a good indication of how that horse might run on turf. So on the off track, 007's had 2 runs. He has a win and a second. So if that angle plays out, the 9 horse could get to the lead, could like the surface, and could actually wire this field in the 3rd start off a layoff. In the other 3 race cycles, a little bit better than the 2nd race and the 1st race the first time around, a touchback in the last 2-3 race cycle. So kind of a mixed bag. Maybe 007 improves in race number 3 off the bench. So I'm going to go, I'm going to bet against the edge horse, against the my race horse that's taken in all the money. I'm going to go with, like the King, the 5 horse. I feel like that first run on turf might be a little bit more representative of what it can do. And then I'm going to put the 2 horse second. I'm going to go with the foreign horse that seems to like a little bit better, softer surface. It's also getting Lasix for the first time. So Wooten Asset, the 7, followed by the 9. So I'm going to go 5, 2, 7, 9. If you don't like the 9 at its price, maybe you think about the 4. We'll see how they line up, and we'll be back when it goes official. All righty. Here we go again with the microphone issues. So I apologize. My man Ricardo Fuentes and I, two Richards, the name of kings, both agreed that a king could win. And unfortunately, I jinxed him, Ricardo. I apologize because as it's been all day today, my first pick finished second. In the 7 races we've seen so far today, my first pick won 1 and has finished second 6 times. It's the sort of thing that makes you want to scream and shout as if someone just hung up on you on the phone. Yeah, I won't go down that path anymore. But just the funny thing about all that is, for most of the part during the day when we're doing these handicapping contests, my little chubby but very cute golden or yellow lab lays down next to me in the bed. And when I'm actually talking, when we're not on air, I'm usually talking to my dog. See, she wants to go outside, something to eat, that sort of thing. And it's the one time that, the microphone didn't work the way it's supposed to. I'm yelling at somebody, the sky, screaming at the sky like a nut. Instead of talking like an idiot to my dog, like if she's 2 years old. But in any case, we're going to move on to race number 8. One thing I think I know for sure is that I will have the second place horse as my top pick. So Ricardo, whoever I pick first, put him second, put whoever you like else on top. Gary Fitzpatrick has got the lead right now over RMTNZO. Fred and Tom Racing, who joined us a little bit earlier in the day, but obviously is pretty busy at the track, is in 4th, but he works the Delaware. He should have this stuff inside out. It's not surprising to see him high on the leaderboard. And if my horses could finish first instead of second, I'd probably be somewhere in the rankings too. But hey, they only pay one horse to win. So at least you know which one's going to finish second. Well, we'll find out which horse is going to finish second. 10 minutes to post to race number 8. And now we're moving off to race number 8, the Delaware Oaks, where we have a enormous favorite, the number 7 horse. That is Beautiful Crazy, I think is the name, if I remember. Crazy Beautiful. Had it backwards. A little bit of my dyslexia kicking in. I do like to transpose numbers, and now apparently you can add words to that as well. And this is a horse that's getting Lasix for the first time, ran the highest last race speed figure. A lot of reasons to think that this horse is going to probably be the one. I mean, it is the one to beat. Who are we kidding here, right? Let's take a quick look at how the pace might play out to see if there's something in here that might give us a shot to upset the big favorite. So number 6, well, there's really not a ton of pace in this race in terms of real, like, blazing speed. You're going to have a pack of horses, the 6, the 1, the 2, the 4, maybe even the 5, the leader of the band, Orbs Baby Girl, Exogen, Junior number 4. I don't know what that is exactly. Hybrid Eclipse. I think those are the horses that are probably what you're going to see on the front. And then at the end of the race, the favorite, Crazy Beautiful, has by far the best late pace numbers. Going to be coming like a truck down the hills in a Harry Chapin song in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Look that one up. It's all about bananas, you know. And then Midnight Obsession and Leader of the Band also have some pretty decent kicks. So hopefully, if you're betting, I don't know, you guys want me to do it? Do you want me to put the favorite on top so he finishes second? I can do that if you want. Maybe I will do that just for the spite of the way this day has gone for me. But I did get my issue resolved, thankfully. So I got mad for no reason at all in the end. But that's kind of who I am. I've always been a very competitive, hot-tempered person. And as I get older, it's waned a little bit, but I still have a lot of fire in me. And that's who I am, folks. I've learned to embrace it. Orbs Baby Girl, number 1. So a horse that won last time out, the Penn Oaks, in the slop by 5 1/4 lengths. First time, the horse, I think it's the first time it ran in this slop too. So not getting the slop here. 0 for 1 on the turf. Second time Lasix. Trainer Anthony Margota Jr. has won 3 out of 7 with horses getting Lasix for the second time, but it's not the second time in a row. Had Lasix, did terribly, then came back to win, and then back on Lasix. So I don't know exactly what that means. Number 2, Exogen. This is a horse that last time out finished second by 1.5. The first quality race in the last 3 starts. Prior to that, had 4 good races in a row. It's a horse that looks like maybe finding its form after getting a little bit tired after running 4 races without a break, something it hadn't done in its career. So maybe now it's getting its second wind. So maybe a horse that you might want to look at as a long shot to add on your ticket. Some recent bullet works tell me that she might be ready to go here. Number 3 is Midnight Obsession. Horse that is a half a length away from being undefeated in 3. This horse has been on the off track a couple of times with 2 wins and a second. This race is on the dirt. I thought it was on turf. Forgive me. I'm all confused today. But nonetheless, a horse that is making its 3rd time off a layoff, but the only time it's ever made a 3-race cycle. Kind of regressed from race 1 to race 2. Not sure what we're going to see here in race 3 because we really don't have a history. The fractions last time out were a little bit slower than the previous race, which kind of is a concern to me too. I would have liked to see the fractions improve. That way I can maybe get a sense that this horse is going to move up, but tough to tell. It's never been to a 3-race cycle before. Number 4, Juror number 4. So you got a little bit of numerology going on there. Horse does have some of the best early fractions early in her career, not lately. So she'll have to kind of revert back to form, but does have one of the top pedigree scores for the off track. So maybe we'll take to it. Although in the 2 races that it's had on an off track, only finished 3rd once, whereas on a fast track, horse has 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 5 tries. Hybrid Eclipse, the 5 horse, is a horse that's won 3 out of 7 races. Didn't really find its way until 2021. This year, 3 wins in 4 races, including a win last time out. This is the 3rd time off a layoff. Horse has made it through the 3-race cycle 1 time before and had a significant fall off. But it was the only time across all weather track at Turf Paradise. So I think not Turf Paradise, Turfway Park. Too many abbreviations for my CTE-aided mind. This horse, you can throw that race out. Probably going to run better on dirt than it did in the all-weather track. Number 6, Leader of the Band. So a horse that I think could get to the lead, maybe make it difficult for others to catch. Has been in the money 5 out of 5 races. Hasn't raced since May the 3rd, so a little bit of a break. Last time the horse had a little bit of a break, came back to finish second by 5 1/4 lengths, kind of backed up a little bit in the second part of the race, improved in the second race, which is the same thing that we saw in the debut. The debut came out, kind of ran flat at the end. Second race on the mud, smoked everybody by 9.5. So maybe a little bit of an off track here for Leader of the Band, a horse that could be near the front by itself, a chance to win. Crazy Beautiful, it's run 9 times. Hasn't run on an off track yet, but has run at the distance 4 times, 2 wins and a second. Does have the highest last race speed figure. Won the last by 1 3/4 length. Mike Smith on the horse probably traveled all the way out here just to ride this horse. I can't imagine Mike Smith's here thinking that the horse doesn't have a chance to win. It is the horse to beat, and it probably does win running away from Mike Smith. Number 8, She's a Hot Mess, has run 5 times. 4 of those were high-quality starts. Second start off a layoff, 1 for 1 at Delmar. The other 2 previous 2 race cycles proved slightly, backed up slightly. So it's really not that big of a I don't expect a whole lot of improvement, maybe a little step forward, although a recent bullet work since the last run is an indication that maybe she's ready to go. At 5 furlong in 102 and change, pretty quick. I would expect, I think She's a Hot Mess will probably improve here a little bit. Baby Gundan is the last horse in the field. Last time out was the second race, first race after winning its maiden finally. Took 6 times to get there, 5 times to get the initial score. Came back to run second by 6 lengths. So that, yeah, it's not really a quality race to me. Other than that, hasn't really shown a whole lot. I'm not so certain it can compete at this level. So I'm not going to take the 9. So for this race, I am going to go with the, hold on a second, let me make sure I got this right. I'm debating upon whether I want to jinx everybody who's got Crazy Beautiful or not. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to go ahead. I'm not going to jinx everybody. I'm going to put her second. So I'm going to go with the 6 because I got to catch back up. Leader of the Band, then Crazy Beautiful. Then I'm going to go with the 3 and the 4. 6, 7, 3, 4. So I just guarantee Crazy Beautiful wins. Leader of the Band finishes second, and then you can finish the trifecta however you want. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Crazy Beautiful made it look crazy easy in that race with Mike Smith. And Gary Fitzpatrick is kind of making the contest look crazy easy right now, as he's in first place with 38 points. RMTNZO and Fred are in second place with 34. The only two that have a shot to overtake Gary Fitzpatrick. I'd imagine that if you're going to want to pass Gary, you're going to have to pick against the favorite between RMTNZO and Fred. Much easier to pronounce than RMTNZO. You're going to have to pick away from the favorite. Hope Gary picks somebody that doesn't run in the money, and you win, and he doesn't. Otherwise, Gary Fitzpatrick is going to make today's contest, at least in the later part of the day, look like Crazy Beautiful at the end of the race, the Delaware Oaks right there. So it's where we are right now. One race left to go, and then we'll wrap up today's contest. Tomorrow, there's another one, of course. I think it's at Pimlico, but I'm not 100% certain. Make sure you sign up for that. Head on over to Horse Racing Radar. It's a lot of good articles over there. We had a really nice discussion on the Player's Edge podcast with jockey Sophie Doyle. Learned a lot of new things. She gave us some really good insights into how a jockey's thinking and what they're looking at, and perhaps some things that you might look at too when you're looking through the past performances to maybe find, something you weren't looking for before that you're looking for now that might help you find another winner. I think back 2 races ago, and from working with Tom on the international stuff, the 7 horse came in third, and superfecta there. But I had noted how over in Europe it seemed to run well on a softer surface, which it tends to be the case over there. And a lot of times I might have overlooked that 7 horse because it hasn't really run that well here. And, just little things that you learn along the way help you maybe find a horse that you can add into an exotic to maybe increase your payouts a little bit. So let's see if anybody can catch Gary and increase their payouts. The odds are slim, but you're still alive with 1 race to go. RM, TNZO, and Fred. Good luck to the both of you. Good luck to Gary hanging on. You got to get that last step. See if you can get Gary to stuck without changing leads to kind of catch him. All right, we'll see you 10 minutes to post for race 9, and then we'll wrap this baby up. Or if you're going to play the horses with some experience. Today, I feel like I don't have any experience pressing the buttons. So let's take a look at the field. The 1 horse and the 5 horse are scratched. Number 2, Bay, making a second start in the career. The trainer, Nael Sevi, has only done it once before this year and won that race. So maybe he's going to keep his perfect record. I say probably not going to happen. Number 3 is the first-time starter. It's got some decent workouts, nothing really spectacular in there. Claude McGahey, the 3rd, wins at about 11% with first-time starters in 114 races. It's not really a high win percentage, and even worse when it's debuting on turf at just 8% in 48 tries. So I think you can maybe look elsewhere on the 3 horse. One thing, if the 3 horse had a pedigree score that was just way off the charts relative to everybody else, but doesn't even have the highest pedigree score in the race. So it's I'm gonna try to beat him, which means he's gonna win. Number 4, Farischl, is a horse that's run at Delaware 4 times with a win. I mean, with a second and 3/3 in 4 races. Maybe second time off a layoff. Last time out was its 2nd or 3rd best speed figure ever. I would expect that you'll see the horse, probably improve the second time off the bench. The 2 times it has made it through a 2-race cycle did get a little bit better the next time out. So the 4 horse could be a horse that you might want to think about having in there, because it did have one of the top 3 last race speed figures and has 3 consecutive speed figure increases in a row, which is a blessing and a curse. The blessing is a lot of times those horses do better on the 4th time. This is actually going to be the 4th. It could be the 5th time in a row. But the curse can be a lot of times that's a precursor to a bounce. So that 3 or 4 in a row is right about where things sometimes turn a little funny. Number 6 horse is the other first-time starter. That's legitimately. The horse is one of the morning line favorites at 4-1, and right now is at 7-2 on the board. A beautiful gray horse as it's starting to rain again. So if you like the pretty horses, the 4 and the 6 are the nice grays. They always say you bet the grays on rainy days. Today's a rainy day. Maybe we ought to go ahead and do that. Number 7, Indian Heart, is dropping in class. Last time out, ran for a purse of $50,000. This is a horse that they paid some pretty good money for. In this time around, it's running for a purse of $40,000. It's been well bet in just about every race, but hasn't been anywhere near the board. 5 starts, not a quality start in any single one of them. Last time out at Pimlico, ran a mile on the turf. Fractions were slower than before. I would have liked to see the horse show some improvement somewhere along the line, but hasn't done it yet. And it's also taking time off, is making its 2nd start off a layoff as well. Last time out, ran fairly well. Finished 2nd by a half a length, so not all that far away from being out of this race. Maybe the 2nd time off a layoff if there's some improvement. 2nd race after the debut was a big, but did run better on a sloppy track than it did on a fast track. So maybe the wet be something taking time off likes. And this is a horse that does have the top pedigree. First time on grass for Michael Stidham is a 20% winner. First time at a route, 23% winner. 2nd off a layoff, so lightly raced. A lot of things to like about the 8 horse. I do like the lightly raced horses, and especially one making a 2nd time off a break. Number 9, Immense, making its 3rd start off a layoff. The last 2 finished 3rd, 7 lengths. 7 finished 7th by 12 lengths. Last 2 races, 19 lengths behind the winner. That's not the kind of form that I like to see. Maybe if I make it my top pick, though, it will finish 2nd, help some of you out with big fat exotics. So you got to beat Gary if you're the 2 behind her. Who's the one that can beat the favorite? She's more. I don't know who he's on, so I don't profess. I didn't use a sneak a peek or nothing. So I'm guessing to protect his lead, he's gone with the 3 horse, the favorite, just to make sure no one catches him. But I don't know, so it's just a guess. Gary might comment after we go off to let me know for sure. I'm going to go away from the first-time starter You got a sloppy track, soft conditions on the track. There's mud in its face. The horse has never run before. That's going to be a lot to deal with, I feel like. So I'm going to go with the 8 horse to win, followed by the 3. I think the 3 is a lot of the other horses that have run haven't shown enough for me to stay away from the 3. And then I'm going to go with the 4 and the 6, the other first-time starter. 8, 3, 4, and 6 to close out the show at Delaware. Good luck with your picks. Good luck if you're trying to catch Gary. Gary, good luck staying in the lead. I think the 3 or 8 will probably get you enough points to get there. We'll see you when it goes official. So that wraps it up. And it looks like Gary Fitzpatrick hangs on with the 8-horse winning. That's the finally didn't finish second place, one of my picks. And that wraps up the contest. Hopefully you enjoyed it today. It was been an unusual day in a couple different ways, but these days go by quickly. Make sure you come back tomorrow and do the contest tomorrow, which I believe, again, I think it is at Pimlico. Let me just double check real quick. For those of you who join us, thank you. Make sure you head on over to Horse Racing Radar. There's plenty of good stories out there. Make sure you head on over to the podcast. Take a listen to that. Again, you'll learn plenty from Sophie Doyle. And then, of course, as the week goes on, we'll have more picks, more live. So, yeah, 4th of July at Pimlico. And, of course, yeah, almost forgot about that. I hope everybody has a great 4th of July. Enjoy the time with the family, the barbecues, celebrating. Keep it safe. And we'll see you in a week. We'll see you Thursday. Not this Monday, but the following Monday. Terry and I will start a daily show. It'll be on at 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll talk a little bit about some news. We'll talk a little bit about some horses Terry likes, his play of the day. We'll talk a little bit about pick fours that we like at a particular track that day. And we'll wrap it up. Just kind of a little bit of something to do with some of our picks. I think it'll be a fun show. Something to kind of look forward to every single day. Of course, on Thursday, we'll have our podcast. Don't know who the guest is going to be, but as soon as we know, we'll announce that. And then Tom and I will be doing on Friday at the same time, 1 p.m. Eastern, our international horse racing picks. And we've been doing pretty well on that lately. So if you're waking up early in the morning and you want to take a look at some of that international horse racing, don't quite know who to pick, tune into the show. We might find a couple winners for you. We had a few today. And if there are any races you want us to cover outside of the United States or even here in the United States, you want to see us cover it, feel free to email me at gtsrich@gmail.com, or you can go ahead and put something in the comment section. Just get in contact with us any way you can. Let us know what you would like more of. That wraps up another day. Congratulations to Gary, who's, I think, probably much on the top of the leaderboard for the most wins. Congratulations on that. And we will see you this time next week. Until then, everybody, good luck at the races.